Alrighty, welcome in everybody. I'm just going to be posting that I'm live because I did not tell anyone that this stream was happening. I've had a day. It's been frustrating. I'll go into more detail once we get started, but let me post all the places that I'm live. I'm not going to post everywhere. I'm just going to post on my Discord. Okay. Okay. Hey, Noel Main, welcome in, welcome in. I am running super late and I have just been super distracted all day. Okay. I'm not gonna post everywhere else. Okay. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I saw that. I haven't had a chance to respond to it because stuff's been kind of crazy this week. Um, Stuff has been kind of crazy this week, so I haven't really had a chance to respond. I saw you said you're doing a perfect draw campaign or something, or perfect draw style campaign. Let me pop that open. Let me see here. RPG campaign and likes of perfect draw. Uh yeah, I saw that the other day. I have kind of a full plate right now, and I'm not looking to add another game to my plate right now. Um, because I'm trying with varying degrees of success to put together a thing where I'm going to be running my own perfect draw game on stream. That is something that I want to eventually get around to doing, but it's just been delayed. Which reminds me, let me make sure I have it on my schedule that I'm supposed to be meeting with my perfect draw crew tomorrow. Did I not put that in my... Hold on. I realize I don't have it on my calendar. Okay, let me check. So I did post this. Okay. So I'll put it in my calendar. Okay. Okay, cool. Put that on my calendar for tomorrow so I don't forget. Oh my gosh, Nabiru, my week has been crazy. It has been crazy, Nabiru. So, let me it would help if I booted up my model, wouldn't it? It would really help if I booted up my model. And got to the actual like model stuff. Okay, cool. Hey LeMay, welcome in. Welcome to tonight's stream. Yes, being a VTuber models do tend to help, Nabiru. Boop. Okay, welcome. All right. So, all right, let me actually, this week has been crazy. Let me check my messages to make sure that it was all this week and I didn't like imagine half of it. I did some random number send me a picture of a wine. Okay, so yep, that was all this week. So, okay. Monday had stream. Stream went well. Stream was like whatever. Tuesday, I did recording for a podcast. I won't go into the details because I don't want to like. I don't want to spoil it for when it gets released. But I was doing a podcast with Alley Cat. I think they're check. Have we returned? Are we? Hold on. All right, looks like we're back. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry about that. We're back? Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, my internet was just kind of pooping out, which was kind of silly. But yeah, no, it didn't make me uncomfortable, Noel Main. It was fine. Yeah, it was fine, Noel Main. I just have had a lot of stuff happening this week. So, like I said, Tuesday, so Monday had stream. Tuesday, I recorded for a podcast that I'm going to be a guest star on. And that was cool. And then Wednesday, I got a phone call. Now Wednesday's kind of my free day where I can kind of do whatever. And Wednesday I got a phone call in the morning that was like, hey, the TV and microwave that you were getting from, this program to get, because I joined a program to get like some stuff for my apartment, and they're like, it's here, so just come here whenever you can get here. So then I was like having to reach out and be like, okay, I need to pick up my meds anyway. So like I was trying to reach out to find a ride, and my friend was like, and I was like, can you take me anytime this week to pick this up? And they're like, well, why don't we just go today? And so that was a whole thing of running around town picking up what I needed to. And it's really funny. So I have a microwave now, which helps. And I have a TV. The thing is, right, in order to assemble the TV, I need a screwdriver, which I do not have, in order to make the feet attached to the TV so it can stand up. So the TV is still in its box, and the TV could theoretically work as another monitor, but it's so big that I don't think it'll fit on my table, or like I would have to rearrange everything to make it fit, and I really don't want to fight with that. I've just gotten used to having one monitor for now. If I got a second monitor, I'd probably want it to be smaller than having a big TV, and I want to have my TV in the living room for if I ever have guests over to like entertain the guests, and also because I could use it to play music from my laptop. Because it's going to have better speakers than my laptop, so just having music playing from that could be really cool. And so if I just want to chill and vibe in my living room and do my pacing and stuff that I do and my stretches and all that, I can do that in my living room with the TV. So that was Wednesday. And then Wednesday night, I was hanging out with Okusen on a call, and we were hanging out and talking about the Lancer game, my Sunday night Lancer game. And we were talking about that and talking about this, that, and the third, and all that stuff, and fleshing out all these things to better define the rival party that the players are going to be squaring off against in their next battle. And I got some really good ideas from talking with Okusen, but we were talking into the night. Like, I didn't go to bed until like 8 a.m. Thursday morning. And then by the time I woke up, it was like evening, afternoon time, right? And I was just getting started, and then it was time to do my anime night with Silva. And when we were partway through that, Silva had like an internet connection issue, and then we had to like get that. I had to wait for that to be resolved, then we could finish watching anime. And normally on Thursday nights, I watch Critical Role, and I know last stream I talked about how it was like a core part of my my routine, and not doing it had made me really stressful. But like I feel like now that I've done it, I feel better. And last night wasn't a regular episode; it was Candela Obscura, and it was their third episode of their fourth chapter. And I'm not really emotionally invested in these characters. I barely watched the first episode of this chapter, and I just wasn't super invested. So I was like, okay, for the podcast, because when we did the recording of the podcast, we were talking about an anime, and we're like, okay, we watched 6 episodes of the podcast for that 6 episodes of that anime for that podcast. And what we talked about as we were finishing recording was that we wanted to do another episode of the podcast. So we're like, okay, let's watch 6 more episodes. We'll all watch 6 more episodes, then we'll come back next week and we'll record for the podcast. So I was like, okay, well, since I'm not super invested in the Candela Obscura stuff right now, I'll watch the next 6 episodes of this anime for the podcast. So I did, but before I did that, I wanted to make some food. And the most disgusting thing happened while I was cooking. Now, this is not a spoiler alert, but a content warning. What I'm about to say is very disgusting. If you want to come back in like 2 to 3 minutes when I'm done saying this, I don't know how long it's going to take me to say this, but if you want to come back in a few minutes, or if you want to mute, I'll probably do something with my character's hands to let you know. I'll probably do like the wave emote or whatever with my model in order to let you know that it's safe to come back. Here, I'll show you. I'll do that to let you know it's safe to come back if you want to mute, as I'm about to say something absolutely disgusting. Okay. All right. People have been warned. I've started seeing cockroaches around my apartment, and I've been killing them where I can find them, right? And last night, while I was cooking, I saw this big, fat cockroach running up the side of one of my cabinets. That was like one of the overhead cabinets, right? I grabbed a napkin, and I very quickly caught it. And I didn't know, because I was holding it in a napkin, if I actually caught it or not, because I was like blindly reaching to catch it as it was scurrying away. And I pulled it down, and I saw that I'd caught it, and it was still wriggling, trying to get free. So I went to crush it, so that way it would be dead. But I don't know if it was the way I held it, if it was the way I crushed it, or what it was. But its insides and its guts spurted out when I crushed the cockroach. And I felt some of the droplets of it get on my face. It wasn't like a lot. It was just like a couple drops, but still, it was a couple drops of cockroach guts. I freaked out inside. I put the cockroach in the garbage bag, and I went and I scrubbed my face. And this happened while I was cooking, and I had to tell myself, okay, I did it away from the food. There's no way any of it got on the food, because there's no way I'm throwing out the food that I'm in the middle of cooking. I was really close, though. Not gonna lie. And it was absolutely horrifying. Yeah, exactly, LeMay. It was disgusting. This is why I gave people a warning that, what I was about to say was disgusting. But that happened. It was disgusting. I don't know if I would call it traumatic, but it was definitely disturbing. And I need to talk to my rental office on Monday about getting sprayed for cockroaches. And the thing is, the exterminator was supposed to come today for the mice, and the mouse has been like eating through my trash bag. So I was like, okay, I'll talk to, when the exterminator comes for the mouse, I'll talk to him about cockroaches because he'd asked me about those last time. And I made sure to go to bed early so I would be awake early today, and he didn't come. He did. I absolutely know he did not come today. I was awake for 90% of the time when he should have been arriving, and he did not come at all today. So I'm going to call Monday and be like, hey, I need someone to spray for cockroaches, and I need the guy for the mice to come back because the mouse is back. But so yeah, that happened last night. Anyway, let me just wave, let people know they can come back if they muted, because I knew that might turn some people because now is around dinner time. So, but we won't talk about that anymore. So that happened. And today I was kind of just zonked out. Like I was awake and I just kept, when you just spend your whole day waiting for something, and it just doesn't show up. That was kind of me today. Okay. And yes, it was a week of all time. It absolutely was a week of all time, Noel, man. And I have been spending most of this week thinking about the next conflict the players in my Lancer game are going to go into, and trying to put some characterization on these NPCs and really build these like kind of complex layered NPCs, because I want them to be around and be kind of like rivals moving forward, right? And I'm going to be like, I know, like, as the game master, I shouldn't get attached to the NPCs. If the NPC gets killed off, then the NPC gets killed off, right? But I've put a lot of effort into designing these NPCs. And they started as tropes that I just kind of fleshed out into more advanced things. And been thinking about the stuff and the information the players have and preparing for the next mission. And the thing is, I don't know if I'm over-prepared or if I'm under-prepared or what, but like, I'm just trying, I want to do good for this mission because it is a crucial point in the character stories. And it's and it's going to be like the next stage of some plot stuff. But while I've been distracted by thinking about that, envisioning these characters and thinking about these characters, I haven't really been spending as much time thinking about Archangel Armor, the story, the novel that we're going to be working on tonight. I'm going to be working on tonight. Haven't been spending a lot of time thinking about that because I've just been so caught up in everything else that's been happening. So I was like, I could do a gaming stream tonight. I really could. But then I was like, you know what? Let's see what some time away from this story does for my ability to get some writing done. I've been kind of on a roll doing these longer streams. People have been enjoying them. We have people come through. They've been good times all around. And it's just been really fun. So I made some food earlier and ate. And I'm ready to dig into the adventure. It's actually really funny. So before we delve into the writing for tonight, I'll tell you about the NPCs that I've developed for my Lancer game. Only one of my Lancer players actually like watches my streams, and that player is Okusen, who knows pretty much all this stuff already. But we've got I think I mentioned something about them on Monday, but I've really fleshed them out a lot more. Based on some stuff that I've gotten and some questions I got. And it's really funny. As I share things with people and they ask questions, it helps me with fleshing out the characters. Like, I designed these characters and then I found these tokens and then I used the tokens for their mechs to inspire parts of their backstory. And then, like, for instance, one of the characters is... I used a token that was supposed to be of a mech from the Kraken Trade Baronies, which is like kind of this like knights and nobility in space, and like this whole thing of like royal court and all that stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool. So that's where we got the design for that one. So I'm just gonna say that this character is from the KTB. And I shared that with one of my players, and she was like, then why is he working for an HA Legionnaire? And that gave me pause for a second. I was like, oh, because the KTB and HA are at war with each other. So then I had to answer the question, why is he working for an HA Legionnaire? So then I had to like embellish and develop the story, and then the story developed because of those questions. And I've got I think I mentioned, I did talk about these last stream. Remote Death is the ranged specialist that has the advanced tech, and I gave them each a special trait. Remote Death got a paracausal mod on his rifle that means that the damage from his rifle can't be reduced, so it makes him very deadly. Hot Dog, I made her kind of a yandere, or as close to a yandere that I'm really comfortable doing. And Hot Dog, she's just a meme that'll hack her allies if she gets bored, or will just like go rogue. And I also put in her character like stuff that like if someone successfully hacks her, he becomes obsessed with them. He becomes obsessed with them and will try everything she can to capture them. And nobody knows what happens to the people she captures. So it creates this air of mystery and confusion and fear. And I gave her the prying claws trait, where she can, once per battle, she can use these claws to rip someone out of their mech. And even though her mech is only like a little bit bigger than a person, it's still a mech. So it's going to automatically win any grapple with a person. It's going to automatically win any grapple with a person, and a person's not getting free unless they get some outside help. So her whole thing is she will prying claws, pull someone out, grapple them, and then just take them. To introduce this threat. And then the Infinite Edge, I gave Infinite Edge like the most character development and the most backstory possible. Honestly, that character went through so many iterations and development. And it's funny because that's the character that's probably going to get laughed at the most. But I gave him the efficient killer trait because he's trained in gladiatorial combat and he's trained as a mercenary. Well, he's not exactly trained, he's experienced. He has no formal training. All of his skills are self-taught. And things he learned over time. And he does more damage as his enemies get weaker. Which I think that's cool. Well, that's not the button I wanted. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. All right. I might change up some things on Infinite Edge and give him Echo Edge so he can do more damage. Could do that. Make him essentially an Echo Knight. Anyway. Got me thinking. Now I'm thinking. What would I give that to him in place of? Probably give that. I could give him that in place of rebound. Sorry, I got distracted. So I was just thinking about how I could make the NPCs stronger. And there's one move that I could give Infinite Edge, which basically is every time he hits, he puts a mark on someone. And then at the start of his turn, he can cause all marks he's given to go away. And for each mark, someone takes 1d6 AP kinetic damage, which is really good. It essentially makes each hit a double hit. And if he did that, oh, it only does 1d6 each to all characters that have a Ronin is mark cleared in this way. Now, hold on. Let me Google something. What's this? Oh, that's a rebound edge. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. I don't know if it stacks. I'll have to figure that out. I'm getting distracted. Oh, it's fine. I was telling people about the changes I'd made to the NPCs that I was working on for my Lancer game. And then I got distracted because I was like, could I upgrade my NPC and give it this trait instead of that trait? And give it this instead of that? And then I got to thinking, and I got distracted because I'm me. And I opened up CompCon and was looking at my Lancer character, my Lancer NPCs. And I was like, could I give it this trait? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about Echo Edge. I'll probably have to answer. I'll probably have to. Hold on one second. One second. Da, da, da. Ba, ba, ba. Ba. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, so it does stack. Okay. All right. Sorry. So there's this feature, Infinite Edge. The NPC Infinite Edge is a Ronin, and Ronins can have this feature called Echo Edge, which is that whenever they damage an enemy, they put a Ronin's mark on that enemy, and then at the start of their turn, they can clear all Ronin's marks, and for each Ronin's mark, a target will take a D6 AP kinetic. And I was like, that's cool. And I might do that. But I'd have to take something away to make space for it because I don't want the character to be overpowered. And I don't know what I'd take away, but being able to just like stack up that AP damage can be just so brutal, especially because it's not damage from an attack. It's just damage. It's just damage, and you can just do it. And on a turn, he's going to be doing 6 attacks if he overcharges, so that could be an extra 6d6 AP kinetic damage if all of his attacks hit. Which, considering he gets 2 turns around, that could be really brutal, and I think I might need that in order to even him out, because the players have a really strong melee character. So, I don't know. I'll tinker with it. I put it in my notes. put it in my notes. But anyway, let's get to the actual writing. So, let me get... I might trade out its efficient killer for Echo Edge. I'm getting distracted again, chat. Okay, and... Okay, let's pop open the outline. See what's happening in today's chapter. Pop open the chapter. Right! Right! Okay, okay. I'm back in the zone. I'm back in the zone, chat. I'm back in the zone. Okay. I might trade out instinct mode for the 7th strike for the echo. Because that's just more damage. Oh my gosh, I'm getting distracted. And you can, if you want, watch the new Vanguard anime as an anime night or something, but really, when you feel like it, no pressure. Oh, YouTube ate a comment. Oh, speaking of anime, guess what just came out today on the websites that on the translation websites? The next chapter of Kaiju number 8. And it's really funny because like I'm reading on multiple like sites to make sure I don't miss anything. And the one site that I started on that I know was missing a bunch of chapters uploaded it and uploaded it in its entirety, right? This other site that I use that was like a chapter behind that hadn't put chapter 105 up, but only had chapter 104. That one uploaded chapter 105 and 106, properly labeled them, but put them out of order. So it has chapter 106 before 105, and it's the funniest thing. But like 106 was released, and it just, I don't know, it just does things. It just doesn't do super. It didn't do all the things I wanted it to, but it's okay. But it's still exciting that the story's moving forward and that it's active. All right. All right, let me get... Oh, okay. Okay, now let's get this up here. Writing stream. There we go. Cool. Awesome. And it defaulted to the right one. Yes, exactly, Nabiru. Need more power. No, it's fine, Noel, man. I'm just scatterbrained. I'm just a scatterbrained person. I am just a scatterbrained person. I don't know. I might just straight add Echo Edge. Sorry, my brain is in like went into game design mode and was like, I could totally do this thing. What did YouTube eat another comment, Noel Main? You were talking about a manga, but it keeps skipping it. Oh, I'm sorry, Noel Main. Normally it's only Nabiru that YouTube hates like that. I'm just gonna straight put Echo Edge on there, and I will figure out what to take off later. All right, so let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. So we are in chapter 5. Yeah, anytime Nabiru mentions anything by name, anytime Nabiru mentions any manga or known website or anything or anime, a lot of times the YouTube just instantly grabs it. I don't know what mod is doing it. I don't have mods, so it must be something, some auto mod thing between Stream Elements and YouTube. It always just gets really weird. Anyway, so this chapter is where the action starts in action starts again in block 2. Main character Jonathan, at the end of last chapter, when he was struggling with like feeling useless and feeling out of place, he got invited to dinner by Lisa. And then the chapter ends with Lisa saying it's going to be her and Timothy. And like he is smitten with Lisa, and he's like smitten with her, and then the fact that she's talking to him is making him feel all kinds of things. And so chapter 5 is going to be where it picks up with him at dinner with Lisa and Timothy. And he's saying some stuff to Timothy. There's going to be some character moments between him and Timothy. And there's going to be some stuff where like Lisa starts to see more of like where she was wrong about him, and that like there is so much more to Jonathan than just being a janitor. Not that, and also that there's nothing wrong with being a janitor. She comes from this kind of classist viewpoint where you think your device? Oh, I hope your device isn't lagging, Noel Main. But like Lisa comes from this kind of classist viewpoint where she's like, she wants greatness for her son, and she doesn't want her son, she wants her son to be like a doctor or a lawyer or something prestigious and that'll pay the bills, that'll let him live in financial security, which is why she's been seeking out these men that she thinks could be a good role model for her son. And like she's seeing that Jonathan has these qualities that she values with his morality and his commitment to helping people and his generosity. And he has all these things, and it just shows her like how much how like what he has, like why he's important. That's what it shows. That's what she starts to see here. And then after Timothy goes to bed, gonna have a moment between the two of them where they're gonna discuss things. Are gonna talk more. He's gonna be like, listen, you don't have to date me if you just want me to be his mentor. Like, let's be honest with each other here. I can be a mentor or a guide or something for him. And they're like talking about what's going to happen, about Timothy, about Jonathan, about the business, about Gao Inc. I mean Gao Core, Gao Company, and then whenever like it gets to like some like really intense conversation where like Lisa says it's not that simple as him just being Jonathan's mentor, because she started to develop feelings for him. And he's like, well, what kind of feelings? What are you feeling? And before she can really answer, his phone goes off, but it's his work phone. And then he answers the phone. And he finds out the monsters are back. They're attacking the newly rebuilt facility. And they're stronger, and everybody's having trouble. And they need him to come back. They need help. And he races back. And then the chapter's going to end with him suiting up, maybe giving a little inspiring speech or something, but kind of rallying the others and charging back out to fight. So it's where the conflict starts to happen. First, it starts with the social conflict of the kind of the interactions between Jonathan, Timothy, and Lisa, and all of that stuff and all that character development. And then it's going to move into the physical confrontation of the actual fight. But the fight is going to start in chapter 5 and it's going to finish in chapter 6. In chapter 6 is when he gets the shield, which increases his power, but he starts to deal with some of the neural feedback. And it starts, and that's when he finds out about the neural feedback, and that gets referenced. But they say for some reason he has a high resistance to it. Let me just put something. Okay. Should put something in my notes. Okay, so let's get started. Let's get started. Okay. 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 Let me see something. Let me see something. Alright. Help out. Yeah, he did say help out where you can. And where I did. People we help. Yes, okay. So I did have him say that. I wanted to make sure I didn't want to reference something without having actually said it before. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So this is kind of talking about the food, which I will admit, because the whole thing of the character being vegan, he is enjoying a seitan steak. Uh, Okay. So this is where he kind of expresses some of his ideals. That is, as long as a job needs to be done, you need to respect the people who do it, even if it's messy. All work is work and needs to be respected. Okay. Oh wow, I can't spell. Uh. So this is where we get to this whole thing where it's like talking about character flaws a little bit. Timothy's a little confused because his mom has done that thing that is kind of stereotypical of moms where they're like, you need to study hard so you don't become a trash person. Never minding the fact that like trash people make really good money and it's a necessary job that holds up our society. Hello, Daphne. Yes, I am. I'm currently on chapter 5. This novel is, the working title is Archangel Armor. It's a sci-fi romance story. Well, the romance is kind of, it's not like a romance story, but there is a romance in the plot, I guess. And it's an action story. And the basic premise is this company has discovered this metal that generates electricity when exposed to strong emotions, and they're using it to power this strength enhancing power armor. And the story follows this main character, Jonathan, who was a janitor but became very close friends with one of the lead researchers. And when that lead researcher died of old age, he asked the company to promote Jonathan to make him the new test operator for the next model of the armor, which is the Guardian Angel Armor. And their company comes under attack by this mysterious organization that's sending these massive monsters at them. Well, I say massive. They're not like huge, like building size, but they're bigger than a person. And he has to help fight them off, and then other people start training with the armor, and he becomes a leader. And then as he's learning to control and understand his emotions and his place in the world, and then eventually trying to figure out what he wants to do and whether what he's doing is helping make the world a better place. So that's a quick synopsis of the story. But how are you doing tonight, Daphne? What are you working on? See, now I gotta figure out how I want the main character to respond here, right? So the main character was a janitor before he got promoted. And in this chapter, he is at dinner with his love interest and her kid from a previous marriage. And he's finding out that, like, the kid really looks up to him and sees him as a superhero, and he's trying to impart these ideas about how you can being a hero is about who you're willing to help and whether you're willing to go the extra mile to help other people and be generous. Oh, that's really cool, Daphne. I wish you all the best. I know. I'm debating what I want to do for a microphone, because I've been having trouble with my mic recently, and sometimes it'll randomly cut out, which is really weird. But with mine, I use a, oh my gosh, this sounds so bad. I use like a $40 Turtle Beach headset mic that I bought like 5 years ago. Like, no, it's probably closer to 3 years ago, but still. And I run that through a USB soundboard, a USB sound card that I've connected to a USB port. Because the soundboard on my motherboard is like shot. it doesn't like play sound properly, and the microphone thing just doesn't work. So I need to use the USB thing, which I think I might need to get another one. But yeah. So in this scene, right? The little kid has been looking up to Jonathan since the beginning and has been like, you must be a superhero. And he's been trying to impart these ideas about generosity and caring of others and his ideas of heroism and helping other people to the kid. And but the kid I think it's something to do with like some stuff happened after I moved and my situation's just been like different with the way the computer's set up. But I've noticed it only really cuts out on Discord calls. I had it cut out one time on stream, but it's one of those things where like I unplug it and plug it back in and it's perfectly fine. So it's why I always check my levels every once in a while to make sure that there's still audio coming out of my mic. But I think the sound is not terrible on my stream. My VODs what I've listened to doesn't sound bad now that I've adjusted the settings. I got some filters set up on OBS. So in this moment, right, he's trying to impart these ideas, but the kid knows that he's a janitor, is like, you're a janitor, but you're a superhero. And the mother, the love interest, has worked hard to become to get her doctorate, right? And is working as a researcher, or was working as a researcher, and what you found out in previous chapters is that she wants the absolute best for her son, right? And at first she wasn't going to start dating, but then she decided that she wanted to have a good male role model in the house for her son. So she started kind of dating, not so much for herself, as much as looking for people that had skills and power and status that she thought would make a good role model for her son. And that led her to a lot of like really rough relationships. And Jonathan isn't the kind of person that she would normally have tried to talk to because he was a janitor. And the kid, it's one of those things where the kids say the darndest things, right? And Timmy is like, well, mom said that she never wants that I have to study so I don't become a trash man. And like she's embarrassed because like Jonathan was a janitor. And so Jonathan's like, okay, he could, and this is one thing where like, if it was me, I'd be like, well, there's nothing. Well, you're like, if it was me, I'd probably get a little bit emotional about it and be kind of defensive and be like, well, that's not correct. Trash people get paid very well, and they do very important jobs. So there's nothing wrong with being a trash person. And I pictured Jonathan as kind of like the kind of person I wish I could be, in that he experiences emotions, but he doesn't let his emotions rule his reactions. So that's why I have to think, what would he say if he was in control and trying to not undermine Lisa, the love interest, but also trying to impart a lesson on Timmy? How many words have I written today? Not that many. I just got to the writing part of tonight. Tonight I've written just under 500 words tonight. The entire document is 12,500 words. About there, a few more than that. But just over 12,500 for the entire document so far. So we're doing pretty good. Okay. And then here's where Jonathan kind of deflects. He turns the conversation to be like, this food's really good, to try to get off the difficult thing about the work stuff, right? Okay. 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 I don't want to get too deep. I want to have. So I want to make sure that I have space for the action in the scene. So one thing about me, this is not the best way to write, but it is a way that works for me. Is I keep track of my word count for each chapter, and I use that as a guideline for how long I have, how much space I want to give myself in order to express different ideas and how much I can embellish, how far I can go, and how far I can take a scene before I move on to the next scene. Because I feel like I can find a way to end a scene. Like I can find a way to end a scene almost anywhere, right? But it may not contain all of the ideas I want. But having a word count target helps me with guiding into that whole thing. And so my target for this book is to have each chapter be 3,000 words. I'll go as low as 2,500, as high as 3,500. So there's a gap. There's a thing in the middle, like there's a range that I can hit in there. But I still want to keep moving at a certain pace because I don't want to lose the pace of the story. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 I don't want to describe everything that happens in the dinner, but I want to make sure I describe enough to really get into it. All right, that's 800, just over 800 words. I think that's enough to cover the dinner portion of the conversation. I want to make sure I leave enough room for the conversation with after Timothy goes to bed. So this is where we get into this whole thing about money, where like the kid asks, how much money do you make being a hero? Because he keeps talking about this idea of heroism and helping people, right? Okay. 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 Okay, we're making good progress. Ugh. Okay, so now I gotta get to this part where they have the conversation. Okay. So now we're getting to the part where they're actually having adult conversations, where they're like talking about the hows and whys and what's going on with the story. And I have to figure out exactly how I want this to go, because I want there to be some interaction where he kind of overshares a little bit about like what he's going through, what's going on at the company, and kind of acts as kind of an exposition thing to explain some of the stuff that her father was working on. And also set up this thing where she's like planting the seed where she's like, well, why don't you use that to generate electricity to like solve the world's energy crisis, solve the world's energy problems. And that comes back in Act 2 as a primary driving point, right? So I want to plant that seed here, which I think will be very interesting to start here. Hello, Crispy. Welcome. Welcome in. Welcome to tonight's stream. We're doing a writing stream. I'm working on chapter 5 of a novel that I'm working on right now. It is a sci-fi story based around a character that uses power armor, strength enhancing power armor that has a special power generation unit that generates power, generates electricity in response to strong emotion. So it's kind of like a more sci-fi power of friendship style thing. And I'm doing a few things differently with this story. I'm trying to do a longer story. Normally I shoot for like 54,000 words. This one I'm shooting for around 81,000. And I'm also trying to have a romance as a core part of the story instead of just like tacking it onto the side somewhere. Oh, your PC's in the shop. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. It would make a fun anime armor, Nabiru. I'm actually going to have that line here. It sounds like something. Piece of the armor breaks off, just use it as a blunt weapon. Main character has a sword he uses that has an electrified blade. You're right, the sword would have to be knocked. Well, he does get a shield in the next chapter. So one thing that happens is, yeah, Orca gets stuck. One thing that happens that he finds out is that so the power generation unit on his armor is called the Brave Drive, named after the doctor who invented it. Dr. Gregory Brave is the fictional character that invented it. They find out that it's possible to have the Brave Drives linked to each other if they're close enough to pass power between them wirelessly and to help each other. And they synergistically, if they're working together, increase their power output if the more of them you have, even if they're smaller. So he's got one big one on his armor, and then he gets one small one in his sword, and then he gets in the next chapter, he gets a shield that has one implanted on as well. And the shield's going to have an electrified rim. He's going to be like bashing people with the shield and using the shield to shock some enemies behind him while using the sword to slash at enemies in front of him. Sword stab into kick into back of the hilt to push it further in. Nice. Could definitely do something like that. They've been pretty well grounded. I've only had like one, well, technically two action sequences. The one was the first fight in the second chapter, where it got pretty intense because the character was caught by surprise, and um, the character got messed up. He was in the hospital for over a week after that fight. And then the second kind of actiony sequence was when he was going through an obstacle course, and it was really funny because he's self-conscious about being older, right? He's self-conscious that about his own limitations, but he doesn't realize how skilled or how capable he actually is because he suffers from some real bad imposter syndrome. It is kind of a mecha armor technique, Naviru. The whole kick your sword in to get it deeper. And there's this whole thing where you don't see it from the outside. What you see, because this is told from first person perspective, you see it from the inside, right? And on the inside, he realizes all of these people are stopping to watch him go through the obstacle course. A rider kick, nice. So when he does the obstacle course, he's going through this action sequence, going through these obstacles, right? And every time he looks up, there are more people watching him. And the entire time, he's having a panic attack. He is completely losing it. But he's able to stay in control in the midst of his emotions going haywire as he's experiencing. And that's kind of his special skill, is that on the inside he could feel this whole tornado of emotions, but on the outside he keeps doing what he has to do, which is why he can interface with the armor so well, because the armor draws power from his emotions. So he's feeling all of these emotions, but he's still able to keep chugging and to keep doing what he has to do. So this chapter is kind of, it's going to start slow, then it gets into an action sequence in the later part of the chapter, because it starts with the whole interaction with Jonathan, the main character. He's at dinner with his love interest and her kid, and he's talking about some of his ideas about heroism and about helping people and kind of just trying to be a good, like, maybe not role model, but a good example for the kid. And the kid's just kind of eating it up, looks up to Jonathan, and all of that jazz. And finding out more about some of the stuff that's been going on with the love interest Lisa, and we're getting more into her life. And then before things get really intense, Jonathan's phone's going to go off in that cliche moment, right? And he finds out, oh, I have to head back to base. And Lisa's like, my car's faster, I'll drive you. And then I have a fun thing planned for that. How many words are we up to so far? 1,500. Okay, so I need at least another 1,000 words, at least. So I have plenty of space. Ideally, I want another 1,500 words in this chapter. I'll be right back. I'm actually going to use the bathroom. I will be right back, everybody. So don't change that dial. I'm back. Alrighty. I'm back. Okay. Okay. Acronym is the right word, right? Not acronym is where it's letters that mean something. Abbreviation form from the initial. Okay, cool. Okay. Grand artistic operations. Okay. Actually, let me check something on my outline. Okay, this reveal that I was about to put in there was going to be for the plot twist. But I might do part of it here to set up for the plot twist. Yeah. I'll do the reveal that she used to work at ShinCorp here. And then that sets up for the plot twist where she says her research at ShinCorp was being used for this. Yeah. So I'll cut. I'm adjusting my outline. Okay. Okay, so this is where we get to that scene, that moment where he's like, you don't have to date me in order for me to be a mentor for Timothy. And he's just kind of like saying, he's putting himself out there saying he's willing to be there for Timothy, and that like she doesn't owe him anything, and then there's gonna be a moment where she's like, it's not that simple, because everything that happened with Jim and with him saving her life, and with all of that stuff, but also, so she's going to say that she's sorting through also some of her own feelings, and he's like, well, what kind of feelings? And before she can answer, the phone's going to ring. It's that cliche moment. Gonna say he rides a moped. She's like, don't take my truck, it's faster than your moped. Okay. All right, so we got 1,000 words for the drive-in and the start of the conflict. Nice. 1,000 to 1,500 words. We are flying tonight. We are flying. We're at 2,000 words for the night. How do you spell moped? Hold on. Yeah, okay, that's how you spell moped. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. Story prompt idea. People find a submarine on top of a mountain. Ooh, that would be interesting. Are there still people in the submarine, Stuart? That would be interesting. No? Okay. And is this like a modern day setting? Or is this like a kind of sci-fi or fantastical setting? Like I can imagine if like a modern day submarine with no one on it and modern day technology just appeared on top of a mountain in like some kind of a fantasy setting, it would seem like some kind of like bizarre magical effect, right? In a sci-fi setting, it's like if a modern submarine shows up, then it's like it's a relic, right? Ooh, that would be interesting. There's a lot you could do with that, Stuart. Right now, I'm working on the latest chapter of my novel. Archangel Armor is the working title. It's a sci-fi adventure story that features romance, in which the main character operates this suit of strength-enhancing super armor that power armor that has a special device in it, the Brave Drive, that generates electricity in response to emotions. And so the character is struggling to understand and control his emotions while trying to overcome the threats that arise as part of the situation. In this chapter, it starts with the main character having dinner with his love interest, right? And his love interest and her kid. And dealing with that, having some exposition, having some character development, and all of that. And then at the end, whenever like the kid's been put to bed, and yeah, that is true, Nabiru. Modern stuff added to fantasy is it's surprisingly rare in anime. But so when they're having the conversation between the adults and stuff starting to get really intense, Main character's phone goes off, finds out that the facility that he works at is under attack, and they need him to come and help defend the base. And so, but then it's this moment where you find out that the main character drives a moped, and the love interest is like, well, take my truck, it's faster than your moped. And she's like, I have questions I need answered. And right now, as she's driving and careening down a dirt road to get to the back entrance of the facility, one of the beasts jumps out in front, but she doesn't even try to get away because she's driving. Her truck is like the frame and body of her truck is an old classic truck, solid steel frame that is one of those things that like is an indestructible build. And so she's just gonna plow straight through this monster. Mm-hmm. Handy for what, Lisa? Handy for what? Okay, how many words are we up to? How many words do I have left for this? Oh yeah, I got plenty of words. Got 700 words for the actual fight, at least. At least 700 words. Oh yeah, I'm plenty good. Mm. Ba, 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Let me look at this. I found a PDF that like looks at different kinds of emotions, because I did some research on emotions for this story, right? Um so okay. This is where I'll reference it here. Probably do love, hope, gratitude, joy, and pride. Yeah. So do actually do interest on hope, joy, and pride, and sympathy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hope, joy, love, or pride. Hello, Horror God TTV. Welcome to stream. We're doing pretty good tonight. I'm actually winding down to the end of this chapter. Oh, what happened there? Horror God TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Welcome aboard. It is good to have you. How is your night going, Horror God TV? With TTV? Oh, well, I try to maintain a positive energy, which is really funny because that's actually what this story is about that I'm writing tonight. My night's going pretty well. I had a bit of a slow start. Had a bit of an issue at the beginning of stream where my internet went out for some bizarre reason, but it's back up now. But it's been a good night. Been a rough week. Glad to be here. Focused on what's going on each step of the way, you know? My story. Okay, let me save my work so far. So this is a sci-fi action story with a side of romance. The main character operates this suit of power armor that draws its power from a device called the Brave Drive that generates electricity in response to strong emotions. And then they have devices in there that convert that electricity into like kinetic energy in order to like move, lift, and do things that generate that into force, right? They have other devices in there that do that. And they use the electricity like to electrify their swords and so on. And the main character is kind of on a journey. At the start of the story, he's a janitor working at the company that's developing this armor. And he's become close friends with one of the lead researchers. And he finds out that when that researcher passes due to old age, his kind of last wish was for the company to take the main character Jonathan on as a full-time employee and make him one of the main operators for the next gen power armor that uses the Brave Drive, because the first gen just is battery operated. This is a modern day piece. It takes place in kind of a modern day technology, and the suit is not directly connected to the brain. We're kind of going with like, you know, some kind of loosey-goosey, not exactly hard sci-fi kind of stuff. And the kind of stuff we're going with is that emotions generate an energy field that normally we can't interact with. It's normally something that you could innately like experience, like when you feel someone's vibes or aura, or when something just doesn't feel right about somebody. But the Brave Drive can interact with that aura, with that energy field, that emotional field, and the stronger the emotion, the more energy is in the emotional field, and then the more power the Brave Drive generates. So I'm kind of imagining it kind of like how you'll use copper wire in a generator, where like the magnet spins, and then as the magnetic field spins around the copper wire, it generates electricity. Um, so there's all of that of trying to find control of his emotions and understand the situation as it goes on. He has his own ideas about heroism and helping the world and generosity, and trying to help other people. And he gets caught up in this whole thing as the company comes under attack by these monsters, and trying to repel these monsters and deal with it and help other people that are attacked with these monsters. And I'm still in chapter 5, so I'm still in act 1. In act 2, some of the action shifts where the main character meets another company that does not have the Brave Drive, but is working on using regular technology to try to help solve the world's problems by like doing green energy, building hospitals and schools in third world countries, and a company that's like actually investing in helping the world. And the main character kind of looks at the situation as like, well, what have I been doing? And there's this driving thing where the main character's like, where Jonathan's like, this Brave Drive could be used to generate infinite electricity and solve the world's energy needs. With some modifications, it could work, but his company doesn't want to do that, and that creates some of the conflict moving forward. And then at some point, the guys making the monsters get a hold of a Brave Drive, and they do some modifications to it to make it feed on other people's emotions, because the monsters don't have emotions themselves. And they tune the Brave Drive inside the monsters to fear. So as the monsters inspire fear in other people, it generates more power that makes the monsters more powerful. And then that leads to some more conflict, and stuff just kind of keeps escalating till it gets to a really big climactic battle in the final part of the story, where the main character is fighting this massive monster that it gets a little bit ridiculous. I like to start with a relatively believable and functional premise and then escalate to like ridiculous levels. And in the final battle, the main character is fighting a giant monster that's connected to a satellite network of Brave Drives that is feeding on the world's fear and channeling all that electricity, all that power into this one monster that's converting that power into energy and using it into force and using it to grow bigger and stronger. And it's this massive, like, epic climactic battle in the finale. But we're not there yet. Oh, thank you, Horror. Cool if I call you Horror or Horror God? Okay. What have you been working on? Have you been working on no. Well, okay. So this will be my third. This is the third time I've written a first draft. I have never published anything. And it's the thing where I can get through the first draft, but then like getting through the editing process and getting something ready to actually either self-publish or to put out to other people to publish is just where I really find a lot of my tripping points. My last two I did during NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writers Month, where there's the challenge to write a full novel, 50,000 words in 30 days. And I've done that the last 2 years. The first one was a novel based on the lore of my VTuber, the character, the virtual character that you see representing me on the screen in the corner. And my second one was a fan fiction novel I did based on the Zoids franchise. But it's just actually getting that edited. And it's like whenever you're working that fast and cranking out that much stuff, It's just hard to get the stuff edited. My first piece, I had someone who was going to edit it for me, but then they had some IRL stuff happen and they weren't able to really focus on it, and so they ended up like not doing it. So okay, one thing about me, I love the mecha genre. That's a genre of anime and media that specializes in where the sci-fi, the mechanical stuff is some core part of the story, right? Whether it be giant robots, whether it be tiny robots, whether it be power armor, whether it be androids, whether it be special guns. I love those kinds of stories. That's a lot of what I'm motivated by. And this is one that's a little bit different because my previous stories were generally about giant robots and conflicts involving giant robots. I tried doing a story about airships, but I could not stay motivated about it. It was just not going great. And I started working on some other different types of projects, but this one's a little different because this one's about power armor. So it's not giant robots, it's power armor. And so there are a few things different with this one. One, I'm not writing this during NaNoWriMo. I'm writing this at my own pace. So I'm mostly just writing it on stream. I've been doing it for the last like 5 streams. And 2, I'm using the Caddy-tastic 27 chapter method for outlining a novel. I have a link to it in my Discord, to the video where she explains that method. It's a really great method for outlining novels. Yeah, the quirky plant punk was a music. I don't have. I think I have. Is the Discord thing not working? Okay. I don't know if I have the Discord command set up, but hold on. Let me get a link to my Discord. I know I have it. So I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. And I've just recently started streaming on Twitch again, because I used to stream on Twitch and then I stopped for a while. Here we go. Copy. Here we go. There. I don't think the Discord command is working right now, but there is that. Let me actually take a look at Stream Elements and see what Stream Elements is doing. Okay, chatbot. Chat commands. Is there not a preset thing for Discord? Okay, cool. I'll just... There we go. You're in? Okay. In my Discord, if you look in the writing, the writer's corner, one of the last things I put up there was the Caddy-tastic video where she explains the 27 chapter method for outlining. I've used that for all of the novels that I've actually completed. The 2 novels that I've actually, well, completed is probably not the right word, but I got through draft 1. And I attribute a large portion of that to to having a strong outline. So I definitely recommend her outlining method. It's funny, I found it through another video, but I found it from another video and I didn't even realize it was hers until relatively recently. How long have I been writing? That's a good question. So I started doing writing a little bit when I was a kid, but I don't really count that. Like I had a couple like fan fiction, self-insertion stories when I was a kid. But like as far as seriously writing, I think it's been like 3 years that I've been really seriously writing. I don't know if serious is the right word, but I've been writing on stream. And it's really funny, like when I first started doing writing as a regular thing, I was doing like, let's write 200 words a day and trying to do this thing where I was writing every single day something. And what happened was I was getting stuff down, but it wasn't stuff I wanted. It wasn't good. It needed so much editing and it just wasn't feeling right. And then when I did NaNoWriMo, I was like, ooh, this is cool, getting big chunks of stuff down and then getting big chunks of stuff down. And actually, let me check something. I think yeah, I think it's nice for everyone to write. Let me see something. Is this gonna work? Did it? I thought I fixed it. I thought I just fixed it. Thought I just fixed it. Advanced setting. I don't know. I don't know why it. Stream elements, I'll never understand you. I'll figure it out at one point. I will never figure out. I'll figure out at some point. All right, let's focus on the stream. Let's focus on the stream. I don't know what's going on. Let's focus on the stream. Okay. So, have you written books, Horror God? Have you done a lot of writing yourself? How many words have we done tonight? You've been writing for 8 years. Nice. All right, tonight, considering we started writing about 9:30 p.m., it's going on 12, so it's been like 2.5 hours of writing tonight, and we've, between like talking, that's the thing, I write, I talk, and I realize that a lot of my writing process involves a lot of talking. I talk my way through thoughts and ideas, and it's one of the things that helps me with staying focused. We've done 2,600 words tonight, 2,632 words so far. I want to finish the entire chapter. I'm shooting for 3,000 words for the chapter, so I want another 300 or so words. So I'm probably going to like start wrapping up the chapter here. I know this isn't the best way to do it, but for me, having a goal of number of words that I want for each chapter helps me with kind of budgeting how much space I want to give to each idea and lets me know how much space I have to embellish and do things. So that's one of the things for this. Like when I use the 27 chapter method for my previous 2 novels, I was shooting for 2,000 word chapters in order to go for a 54,000 word novel. because I was trying to complete everything within a month. This, because I'm not trying to complete everything within a month, I'm taking time to work on things. I'm instead shooting for 3,000 word chapters. And now there's some variance there. I'm willing to go as low as 2,500 words and as high as 3,500 words. But I'm trying to shoot for the 3,000. And I feel like by budgeting those words, it helps with maintaining what I can do. And that's just something I do. But yeah, that's great, Horror God TV, Twitch TV. I think one of my greatest frustrations that I have to work on with editing is that I am very bad at placing and using commas. I have to like use a tool like Grammarly and other stuff to go through my novels and remove the commas where they're not supposed to be and put the commas where they are supposed to be, because I'm just terrible with commas. Like I'm a native English speaker, and I've been reading and writing for most of my life, but just commas are just hard for me. I don't even touch semicolons. Not gonna lie, Nabaru. Colons and semicolons, don't even touch them. I don't use them. I don't understand what they're supposed to be used for. I don't understand where they're supposed to be used. And I just do not touch them. I know it's probably like very simplistic of me, and like I'm sure that with practice I could gain an understanding of them, but as I am right now, I just don't understand them. See, that right there, Horror God, is where I run into trouble, because I don't know where to use commas. Commas, read your sentence, and when you take a short breath, add a comma. So, like, that is how I understand to use commas, right? And that is how I tend to use commas when I write. And then I asked an editor, I asked someone to like work on and edit my first novel, and like they started pointing out all of these tons of places where I need commas. So then I started using a like grammar tool on Google. I moved the whole thing to Google Docs and used a grammar tool in order to work on editing chunks at a time because the tool couldn't process the entire novel. And it just kept telling me all these places that I would not stop to breathe when I talk. But apparently there's supposed to be a comma there. And I'm just like, I guess I just don't know how to use commas. Yeah. I'm sure this probably makes me the worst writer ever, but you know, commas are weird. Yeah, it's first person. So I'm doing this thing with this one. So I'm doing this thing with this story. I probably should have introduced this a little bit better. The first portion of the first chapter is told in the present tense, saying, doing, talking, and present tense. And it introduces the situation as the main character. It doesn't give anybody's names. It's very like kind of mysterious, not describing a whole bunch, but it introduces this as the main character telling this as a bedtime story to a small child, to a kid, right? And then when it moves to the rest of the story is in past tense, right? And then at the end, in the last chapter, for the end of the last chapter, it's going to switch back to present tense, and then it's going to reveal that these characters that you didn't know who they were in the first chapter is actually these characters that you met over the course of the story, and the main character is telling this story, and then it'll be told in the present tense as he wraps up the story, and the kid falls asleep, and then tells the kind of the epilogue portion of the final chapter is going to be a conversation between the main character and the love interest as they talk about what happened in result of the final battle and what happens next. So, it's I wanted to try something different because I wanted to play with tenses a little bit. In this situation, right? In the story, what just happened in this chapter, main character started having dinner with the love interest and the love interest's kid. There was some character development and some character moments where you learn more about the characters and their experiences. And then like the kid goes to bed. Main character's talking. Main character's name is Jonathan. Jonathan is talking to Lisa, the love interest. And then as they're getting into like start talking about feelings and emotional stuff, and like she's about to explain that she has feelings for him, His phone goes off. I know it's cliche, but I love it. His phone goes off, finds out that the facility's under attack. And he needs to race back to the facility to help them defend the facility and drive out the monsters. They've evacuated most of the people, but they don't want to let the monsters just do whatever they want, right? And when he goes to leave, right, the love interest is like, my truck will get us there faster than will get you there faster than your moped. So the love interest drives him there. She says she also has questions she wants answered. And then in the next few chapters, it's going to be revealed that she wants to study these beasts that are attacking because she wants to know where they're coming from, because she has suspicions that she thinks they might be from her old job. Speak your truth, all who enter here. Oh. Okay. How am I gonna do this? I don't know that I'm qualified to cross-check anyone's work, horror god. I haven't really made it past the first draft of anything, in all honesty. So I'm not sure if I can cross-check anything effectively. So I don't want to promise that. I'm always willing to give my opinions. Honestly, not really. I'm not much of a horror person. What do you find difficult about them? I feel like the sci-fi genre is kind of where I feel most at home because I like it's kind of what motivates me. Sci-fi appeals to the explainable, endless in everything, whereas horror appeals to the unexplainable, so you don't have to communicate what something is entirely to make it effectively engaging to the reader. For sci-fi, it's the opposite. I get that. So, like, in sci-fi, stuff has to have an explanation, or ideally multiple layers of explanation in order to be believable and to matter. But like in horror, things don't have to have a big explanation. And like I kind of touch on that a little bit in this story where like the main character's tech has its kind of explanation, but the bad guy's tech is this mystery that I don't explain. Like it gets some pseudo explanation, but it doesn't go into super in depth about how a lot of it works. I'm thinking if I finish this and if I'm still motivated and energized by it, I might do a second novel retelling the story from the perspective of the bad guys and a villain who like slowly starts to learn that that he's on the wrong side of the of the situation. But that's not in this book. Yeah. All my books are based in the same universe, even though they're entirely different stories. There's lots of Easter eggs. Not sure if you've ever done something. I've toyed with that. I toyed with that in some of my stories. And it, so for a while before I started this project, I was doing a lot of short stories to practice writing different scenes and situations, but then I created this world for all of those short stories to take place in. So each of these short stories was like 2,000 to 3,000 words, and they were somewhat self-contained, but they still kind of, sometimes they would have characters that carry over or situations that carry over from one to the next. And it was about this unfolding story that I didn't explain too much of the tech. I kept it very simplistic. It's just, there are mechs. This technology is mysterious. But because I was mainly using it as an excuse to practice writing different types of scenes, to practice writing mech fight scenes, and to get stronger at some of the areas where I felt I was weakest as a writer. But then they were taking place in the same universe, and then I got really motivated by this, and so I haven't really touched that in a while. Mm. Disposal. What? Dispo. Am I dumb? There we go. Disposal. Okay. Yeah. So this one is where the character's running into battle. And I don't know how I want to do this. I want the character to be some kind of a thing where like he charges in and kind of rallies the others and he starts fighting back, right? That's kind of what I want here. And then the next chapter is where the fight is like all about the fight. So oh, is there a comma there? Okay. I want him to say something cool here. This is going to be probably where I end the chapter. And I want the main character to say something really cool here and inspiring. Because I think we have had a pretty full chapter here. I'd like to complete an entire chapter in one sitting while I have the entire idea. Yeah. We're at 3071. So yeah, this is going to be the last thing for the chapter. You want him to say something inspiring, like, so they're saying, retreat, we've lost the dining hall. And I want him to say something like, because, I don't know, it's one, so when I made the outline, in the outline I said, he suits up, rallies the troops, and inspires the others to charge back in. But then actually have to write him inspiring the others and charging back in is an entirely different story. You know what I mean? I'll just keep it simple. Yeah, could go straight to exposition. I inspired them. How did I inspire them? Doesn't matter. No, I'll redo this part. Okay. I think I'll end it there. If you fight with me, we can win this. Okay. There we go. All right. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good chapter. A lot of stuff happened in this chapter. A lot of character development. $3,245. So it's within range. Brings the entire work so far to 15,000 words. 15,300 some odd words. But doing 3,200 today, 3,200 is a pretty good night. I'd say that's a pretty good night tonight. For about 3 hours worth of writing, I'd say that's pretty good. About 1,000 words an hour, I'd say it's pretty good. I am happy with that. All right. Thank you all for coming. This has been great. This has been a great night. We have made a whole bunch of progress. And it has been a blast to have all of you here. So, let's say our good night. So, for those of you who don't know, at the end of my streams, I like to speak words of affirmation and positivity about the people in my stream, the people who came to watch, because I believe it's important for all of us to speak words of positivity into each other's lives and to speak goodness and hope and joy for each other. So let me go through the people who showed up in stream tonight and see who we can shout out. Everybody, we had Noel Main, LeMay. I know Silva was whatchamacallit, lurking. Daphne, Crispy Synchron, Stuart Clough, and Horror God TTV, and to anyone else who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I want to say I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you are truly special, one of a kind, and unique individuals, and that you all possess a unique talent and capability to make this world better. I think that you are truly precious treasures of human beings. I believe that you are valid, worthy of love, deserving of good things. I believe that you matter. You are important. Your hopes, your dreams, your fears, your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You are truly amazing. Thank you for coming to my stream. Thank you for being a part of my community. Thank you for making my life better by being here. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. One thing I do ask is if you have any friends or family or aunts or uncles or relatives or neighbors, co-workers, rivals, arch nemesis, friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Oh, it's today. Today's Friday. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. Probably be doing another writing stream if I'm in the mood for it, just to keep the momentum up. But if you feel like coming along, I'd be glad to have you there. I'm not sure. I'll try to announce beforehand. Tonight was bad. Tonight was bad that I didn't announce till like the last second. I didn't announce that I was going live. But that's just the way it is. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can follow me on Twitch, follow me on Blue Sky Social, follow me on Twitter/X, like my Facebook, join my Discord, subscribe on YouTube, any of the above. There are links to all of those things in the description on YouTube and in the about page on Twitch. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you all for coming and for being amazing. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You don't have to give money to be welcome in this community. I'm grateful for each and every one of you being here. But with that said, I am grateful to all of the people who do donate to make things possible in my life. I'm grateful to each and every one of you who has helped me out in some way. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and you are in a situation which is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so on YouTube, and there is a donate button on Twitch. The YouTube links are for PayPal for direct donations, and Ko-fi where you can do direct donations or set up for recurring monthly donations. The donate button on Twitch just takes you straight to Ko-fi, where you could do either do one-time donations or recurring donations. Now, for the recurring donations on Ko-fi, I don't have any reward set up right now. It's just kind of, if you want to say you want to help me out, that is where you can do that, and I appreciate that. But it is not a requirement, and I'm grateful to all of you for being here. Have yourself a good night. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST, and I look forward to seeing all of you there. Also, let me see if there's anybody I could find to raid. Who can I raid with? Do I have people? I do have people watching on Twitch. So let's do... Who is there to raid tonight? Last time I raided... Oh, we could raid... well, Tantan's doing, well, let me see what Tantan's doing. Tantan has just recently started is doing Lethal Company. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a raid of Tantan. I haven't raided Tantan in forever. All right. Okay, boop. All right, let's go. Good night, everybody.